Kim Williams.
This meeting is being recorded.
I don't know if I should move. 'cause
It's all of
there.
us except for Mike.
Just do this after.
Yeah, I'll do it later.
Okay. It's Vice Chair call the meeting to order. It's 7:22. Parks and Recreation meeting on April 1st, 2023. Members present are myself, Gina Guasconi, Dan Buren, Mark Thomas, Tom Reed. We also have Brooke Condon, who's our admin. Plus for guests, we have Michael Dutton, town manager, and Kimberly Williams, the assistant town manager. Okay, and Josh, you're going to make Brooke and I co-hosts, right?
Yep, I'll do that right now.
Okay, first on. Okay, Brooke's just asking, let me just answer her. Okay, first item is call to order, which we did. Chair's comments, the chair isn't here, but in his place, I would just like to welcome our guests to the meeting. We're going to hold off on approval of minutes. They're being worked on. Okay, old business golf course update. We have Jim Small, who the superintendent is unable to be here tonight, but he did send along a golf report. Let me just stop. Okay, just looking for that. We have, okay, for the golf course, did everybody actually probably, okay, in April for Old Scotland Links, April, they were 3,900 rounds, $212,000 in revenue. Comments are lots of play for April, weather cooperated, overall cats are out, ranges are open. Course is in good shape overall, many positive comments on conditions and facilities. And discussion on that by the rec people.
No, I didn't.
Okay, one of the things that we talked about at our last meeting was the availability of water on the course. I believe that Jim Small was going to check into that. When he was asked today, he said that he really didn't have anything to do with the golf course. The last meeting, we were very adamant that we would like to see water out there. And I think it was Barrett who had said no. I did request, and you probably saw today, I did request a copy of the contract with Indigo. And I had to file a public something request to the town manager, and they did receive that. So once we look at that, do we want to
Gina.
still push for it? Tom, go
Gina,
ahead.
who said no? Who said no?
Who said no?
About no
they-
water? Doesn't even make sense.
Right, it doesn't. I think at one point, golf courses had stopped it because of COVID, but I think that's pretty well over. Actually, it wasn't the last meeting. The last meeting was an emergency meeting just for pickleball courts. It's a meeting before that. But I want to say, Danny, do you remember Mark or?
Yeah, we
Like-
had mentioned it. It came up. It was which one of my first meetings, and it came up that somebody had asked about putting water out there. Obviously, I guess Barrett's was against it because, that's, they're selling water and whatnot. And then Jim said if the golf course was to put it out, probably is all they're getting is hose water, filling the water coolers, and who's going to do it. So it was something that was going to be looked into. I think we all agreed that that we would like to see that happen because it is water and it's, you can get tap water for free at Disney World. You might as well be able to get it for free at our golf course. So I think we just didn't know about how to go about it and who was going to do it. I guess that's the big issue.
All right,
Take tap water in Bridgewater? I tell you,
If I have to, I do.
I'm not being funny, I'm just saying.
I think it's,
Yeah, I
you
mean-
know what, Mark, I'll be honest with you. I think it's a safety issue too, not having water out there. I don't think it's a
Yep.
healthy environment.
Yep.
They can buy it, but somebody gets dehydrated out in the course. Absolutely, I'm with you. It should be on there. I think we should push hard to get it done. So it's Bridgewater Waters. Yeah, I drink it. So be it. But at least we're covering our bases so no one gets hurt.
We're giving them the option anyway. It's there. I mean, like it has been on golf courses for a long time. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. So maybe I can talk to Jim and we can revisit it. Maybe have a conversation with Barrett's and whatnot and find out what we can do to make that happen. I can follow up with that personally to see what we can do because that's something I think we need out there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And if the course gives us a hard time, then we bring it to the Board of Health and let them make a decision. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
do
then
it.
Board of Health, it gets us out of the loop.
Okay,
Yep,
Mark,
absolutely.
thank you, and I apologize to you folks for answering the phone. That was Mike Flaherty, just having trouble getting on, so I just answered him. Okay, that's good. Yes, please look into that. Okay, we don't want to push it. I've actually heard another golf course has not just water, but they have as well, they have lemon in their water. We're not going to push the lemon. But, okay. Let's see.
Is it general discussion about the golf course? Or are we? I like to talk about the fees.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
In the contract, it says the fees aren't supposed to go up more than 3%. And I believe the driving range went from 300 to 6. The membership went from 1,100 in 2 years to 2,000. They've taken out the putting green and the sand trap and the fence on the driving range, so they charge more and they're giving less. Took out the green in front of the clubhouse for no apparent reason. That was there and just turned it in, looks like a desert or something. So, and other fees have gone up too. The league, I believe, went up $25 last year, $25 this year. 3% of 400 is $12. And so that's my question, I guess.
Jimmy, just to piggyback off of that, I read the contract. I guess they can go up those percentages with the approval of the town. And if the town doesn't respond, I think it was 30 or 60 days, they can go ahead and do it. But I don't know if there's no response, if they can go above those percentages. But I was up there the other day and I don't know who the town is when that, and I'm not trying to throw anybody on the bus if they approved it. But a gentleman up there, I don't know who he was, because I inquired about the driving range. He said I went for 600. And I said, geez, what was it last year? About 300, 350. He claims there were 200 people last year and there's only 40 people signed up this year. So they're not making money. And I said to him, I go, that's a big increase. He goes, well, they haven't raised it in a lot of years. And I said, yeah, but you can't catch up in 1 year. I said, I mean, that's not the way I wouldn't do business. That I might, slowly get to where I want to get to 5 years out. But so I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. But I agree with you. The membership went up, and it's only Monday through Thursday. They don't offer the weekend part of it, anyways. Which I really wasn't interested in that. But that's $1,600 for a senior, 60 years or older Bridgewater resident. I don't know what the other rates would be. one thing I found frustrating, and I don't know who to ask, I was gonna ask Chris Anthony. I go to the website, and, you can book a tee time and figure out the rate, but there's no, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find, where you find other golf courses, what the rate is to play, I get on Pecoy Brook, I get on West Bridgewater, it will give you, I couldn't find Old Scotland's. I think that should be on the website regardless of the price, if someone's shopping around. Just my opinion, just throwing it out there, so. But I agree with you, Jimmy. I didn't hear what you said about the putting green. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Not the putting green in front of the clubhouse where the grass was. I don't understand why they just, when the course was built with Ronnie and them, their idea was to have it look like a private golf course and have it look
Oh,
nice.
I see, yeah.
They just wiped out that whole grass area in front of the clubhouse. We had plenty of room to put the cats out, so. I
Yeah,
just don't get it. And why would you take down the putting green? You're taking away from the golf course unless you got permission. So, Mike, would you be the one that would have to write the letter to ask to go up?
So, yeah, I would be the one, and they did have a conversation with me about rates, and we did go back and forth, and they presented a lot of data, which I'm just looking for now, to justify the rate increase, and did have a record of how many years had gone by since the last time the rates were increased, and then a comparison with other area competing courses.
That wouldn't benefit the town though, because you'd have to go over $975,000 to get 20% of it. So if they want $300, you'd get $60, they'd get 240 if they were over 975,000. So I don't understand why the town would allow them to go up $300 on people. I thought the idea when we built the course was people would have a golf course to play on, not so someone from out of town could make money at the course.
So, so it's right. We get a flat amount, which is, guaranteed. That's the 125. And then to the extent that they go over 975,000, we get 20% of that. To the extent they go over 1,275,000, I'm sorry, between 975 and 1,275,000, we get 20%, and then if they go over 1,275,000, we get 30% of the gross revenues. So that was built in as an incentive, to run a popular facility. Quite honestly.
Yeah, but like I say, once you go over that, you're getting $30, and you're getting $60. They're getting 240 out of every 300. If you want to look at it that way. So
True.
yeah, golf went up 40% in 2022. In fact, Falmouth went from 38,000 rounds to 52,000 rounds. That's the only year they ever made money. When they ran Falmouth for 20 years, they didn't make money the first 19. They only made it in the last year. In fact, the year before they lost 97,000. And like you say, you get 125 from it, but we were given, it was 135 was taken from us, so we were ahead of them to start with. We paid the benefits to the people that worked there, and we also paid for we paid the bond off. They didn't pay the bond off. They had trouble with that. Falmouth.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, the town absorbed the cost of the bond for the when they expanded the course.
Yeah,
And then obviously when the town bought the course, so the town itself paid for the purchase.
Michael, I have a couple of questions. I know I've asked you recently what the town is getting from Indigo compared to what we made. You said it's way more. Can we see some type of spreadsheet that compares that and plus shows the amount of money coming in to the town? I mean, Chris gives Jim Small an update like I read. How many rounds, how much money? It's not a cumulative for the year. And I know I personally have had people ask me, and I'm sure others on the board have, the commission, how the new management company, the income to the town compares to what we have. You know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
what Parks and Rec. My second question is, okay, you know, my frustration with all of this, but my question is two-part: the role of Parks and Rec, because according to the webpage for the town, the golf course is still under us, and I understand it's a management company and all that. What, I guess I have one question. What is the role of one, Parks and Rec to do with the golf course, and two, the golf commission that's never been dissolved? So we still have a golf commission out there, with members on that I think their terms haven't expired. So that question there, and
So-
I forgot my third question, but I'll think of it.
So honestly, since you know, we've transitioned to a management company and we've gotten you know, the liability, essentially the liability for running a private enterprise off of the town per se. You know, you guys absolutely, you know, the request to get water on the course, or finding out what's hampering you know, getting water on the course for golfers. I mean, we own the golf course. It's still a recreational facility for us. We just don't run it. So I think, you know, the role that you play there is absolutely appropriate. You know, what we don't, you know, we have a contractual relationship with Indigo, and that's something that we can't, you know, interfere with. You know, we have to operate within the parameters of the contract that we've executed. So we don't want to disrupt that. But you know, advising, providing, you know, getting updates on the rounds of play, the revenues, all of that is absolutely appropriate for Parks and Rec to vet. You know, telling the management company how to operate probably, well, definitely is not, you know, really not part of that role. Same as it is, you know, not part of my role, quite honestly. You know, we have a contract. If I have a gripe with the management company, I go right to the head of the management company. We hash out that issue or that gripe. But I don't, you know, I don't go up. I was up there today. I don't tell Chris Anthony, okay, you need to do this, that, and the other thing now. So that's essentially what that relationship is at this point.
So
Now, what
to
about-
answer my question, did they send you a letter?
They did.
Prior to the thing and asking you whether or not they could go up to that amount of money? And you,
Yep, they did. And as I was saying, they gave me a letter. They met with us, gave us a whole background of you know, rate increases over the years. They gave us you know, what comparable courses are charging, and so they did their due diligence, Jim.
Okay, I remembered my last question. Well, my next question, I can't guarantee it's my last question. When the Indigo first took over, and I don't remember the name, there were two or three guys from Indigo that were on the phone call, Zoom meeting. They had told us, and I don't know if it was part of the contract or if it was just what they were planning, was to attend our meetings. And I understand they're not local. That one was Michigan, one New Jersey, I don't know, wherever they were. They came to that one meeting, we haven't seen them since. And I know we did switch to in-person meetings and they're not gonna come from wherever they are. But just a periodic update to Parks and Rec from them would be good.
Yep.
Especially where we're still Zoom for now.
So absolutely. I mean, I will reach out to them and suggest that would be and they know that. I mean, when we before we ever, executed a contract, they knew that, that was the thing that they should be doing.
Mhm.
So absolutely.
Gene-
I will do that.
Gina, excuse me, I thought, and Mike, maybe point of information, I
Mhm.
thought, Gina, a few months ago that either Jimmy Smalley or maybe Chris Andy said that, and I agree with you, but more periodically, I thought they said that they were kind of putting the responsibility to report to us on Chris, because he's really the man, and he's been doing that, but maybe we could get him to give us a little bit more detail than when he's just around or whatever, but
Well,
that's, maybe I'm
that's-
making that, I don't think I'm making that up because I couldn't, but, but I think
No,
maybe quarterly, those guys could come on. I just, I thought I heard that somewhere. So
yeah.
that's what I think,
Danny,
Gina, they
that-
haven't been doing. I'm not defending them,
Good.
but I'm
Right.
just a point of
right.
information. And that's probably
Okay,
should be
that-
Chris's role more. Since he's doing the day to day.
Mhm. That brings up a good point, because Jim Small was asked today if Chris was coming to the meeting. The response from Jim Small was that he's been told he doesn't have to come to our meetings. And Michael, I believe that came from you. No?
No, it just, my role, one of my roles is that I go to the council meetings.
Mhm.
I think I've been to every council meeting they've ever had, except for maybe 2, maybe 3. So that's the expectation, is that, whoever is in a department head role that has a committee that works behind them should be going to those meetings. So I'll
Okay,
if
'cause-
there's a misconception there, I'll correct that misconception.
Okay, because the response that was given was from Jim. No, Chris says Mike Dutton told him he's not required to.
Oh, Chris. So wait a minute. I'm
Chris
confused. So Chris Anthony
Yeah, I
is
was
saying,
confused. Yeah.
Oh.
yeah.
oh, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I don't believe I ever said that. In fact, and sharing more information with this committee is more, that's the side I would err on. I wouldn't be erring on the side of don't go. Don't
Okay,
show up.
that's what I
So-
thought.
All right, so let me talk to Chris, or I'll talk to Ryan Phelps. And just make sure. I think Dan's idea is a good one, definitely on a quarterly basis. It's not very difficult to get to these meetings right now, and share, number of rounds, what the revenue streams look like, and all of that. That's
Good.
or
Good.
the certainly the issue of water. I don't know what the backstory is there, but that's a conversation that this group should be having. Is perfectly proper for this group to be having that conversation with Indigo, or Chris Anthony.
Good. Yeah, thank you. I
Yeah.
just wanted to clarify that Chris wasn't told or was told he doesn't have to come. So,
Gina,
thank you
excuse
for-
me. Gina, just to follow up, I mean,
Yes,
I
sir.
personally would like to hear from Chris every month, and I think those other gentlemen quarterly, because if they could come in on Zoom, not just the revenue with them, I think we'd have that, but maybe their vision for if there's any capital plans they had, or just so we're aware when we get stopped, and as you know, we get asked constantly, maybe more you or Jimmy or other people. I try to hide as much as I can, but they find me. But just so we're aware of things that might be going on. I mean, you read the contract; they have the right to make changes and make it what they think is a better golf course to bring in revenue. We're all going to benefit, and they're in the business to do that. But it would be nice if, I don't know, I can't think of an example, but So every quarterly, I'm just thinking for those gentlemen, I think one was from Connecticut and the other one, Virginia, or you said Wisconsin, wherever he's from, but they could certainly do
Yeah.
this. And we'll take them first and get our questions out of the way and,
Okay.
it would be good PR for everybody.
Yep,
Thank you.
no, I agree wholeheartedly. We can take care of inviting Chris to our monthly meetings. Michael, would you be the one to talk to Indigo to set up like quarterly with them?
Absolutely. Yep, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else on the golf course?
Well, the Inspector General has a thing out that says that, a certain way you should run it. A golf course, it says it contains a requirement for minimum monthly vendor reporting. And the vendor should provide an annual audited financial statement. And the vendor should pay for the audit of the golf course and full bunch. They had problem with all the golf courses, so they came out and they put out a paper and told you how to do it. And it says things like, the person counting the money shouldn't be the one that segregation of duties. Cashier should not reconcile the cash count to the registered tape. Detailed reporting, reconciliation of daily bank deposits by the municipality, not the vendor staff. Computerized point of sale cash register system. Paper and electronic transactions. Even call for cameras.
Mhm.
And people going in for surprise inspections. So,
And
Yep.
and that's all, we follow all those provisions. The IG's office and AG also issued guidance on all of that, just because Jim's right, there were a lot of problems with golf courses over the past 30 years or so. So that's all that we do that. We've got, very good internal controls. So that's yeah, we're pretty confident on that end at least.
Okay, good. Thank you.
One last question. Did they ask you if
Sure.
they could take the driving range, putting bringing stuff out?
No, I don't. That's the first I've heard of that, Jim. So I'll find out about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Jim, what was that? You were kind of muffled out.
Sorry.
You were kind of staticky on something about the driving range.
Well, the people use the sand trap over there to practice sand trap shots, and they had a putting green. They used to be able
Okay.
to tip on, and they took
Gotcha.
them out. And then they raised the
Gotcha.
money twice what it was 2 years
Mhm.
ago.
Okay, Mike Flaherty, now that you're here as our chair, do you want to take over? We got on the agenda, we got as far as the golf course update.
Hey, you're on mute, Mike.
Is he muted?
Yeah.
Mike Flaherty, you're muted.
It's the
Mike, hit the left side of your screen and it should show it.
Maybe our prayers have been answered, Gina.
Let's call, oh, he's going to get Emily. I was gonna say, let's call Emily.
Been trying
Okay,
to.
here it is.
She doesn't want to unmute him, trust me.
No, she wants to unmute him here, so she doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. is
Thanks,
good?
Emily.
Hey.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Did all the answers, all the questions get answered on the golf course?
Yep, now we're up to, I just lost the agenda. Where did we go?
Maybe Jimmy can answer some questions on the pickleball courts and the update.
Pickleball court, someone should be suing the guy that painted them.
Yes,
They send in some pictures. He left tacks in the ground where he used them to attach his rock lines.
I looked at them. Something should be done by the town. We got,
Scribbled with a crayon and left it down there. It's got writing on it. He was
Oh,
supposed to
it's-
take the white lines out that he put in the wrong place. Said he
I
was
remember
gonna
talking
hand
to
them out.
Charlie when this whole thing started, and he was so disappointed from the guy right from the get-go. So I think the town legal department should take some type of action with a letter saying it's got to get straightened out, or we're going to sue him for the amount of money to fix it.
Correct.
I
Michael, are
walked
you
the court with
aware-
Jimmy, and it's a mess.
No,
Yeah, I looked
we
at him
played-
with Jimmy one day, and also I was down there today, just walking around the grounds, and they are terrible, the courts. Michael or Kim, are you aware of how bad they are? The paint is all chipping the lines where they painted it wrong in the first place, they're showing through. It's awful. And Jim Campbell and I believe Jim Small have both been in touch with the person who painted them wrong in the first place. And they said it's normal wear and tear, but our thought is that normal wear and tear lasts more than a year. And plus, like Jimmy Campbell just said, there's actually tacks sticking up too, that people
So-
could trip on.
If all I need, if you as a Parks and Rec Commission would just, give me a memo saying, here are the deficiencies. Absolutely, I'll engage Jason to see what we can get out of I can't remember who the company was or what the company was.
Cleveland Seal Coating.
Yeah, so we can,
Talked to their rep, Muir was his last name, and he was supposed to meet me. He said, oh, I got down the Cape, so I looked myself and it's wear and tear. And I said, well, we didn't open till March. There's only 4 people on the court. And the guy said he was taking the white line. So me and Charlie had marked it all out where the lines went and everything. He took it upon himself to do it his way.
that was
Yeah.
the first time around, Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He changed
It's all in the wrong
everything.
place. Then he said he was gonna sand them out. He just slapped paint over it. Now
Yeah.
it's through.
It's, Jimmy, I think we can take some pictures too.
I did.
And-
I sent.
and-
He did,
Small,
he sent him
Yeah,
to, he sent him to Smalley.
What's the name
What-
of the firm?
New England Seal Coating, I believe. They have 3, they're in 3 different states. Their owner is from Hingham.
And they
Hey,
had Kim,
the pictures-
Charlie and Jimmy Campbell had mapped out the courts exactly how they should be painted. The company took it upon themselves to paint the lines in different spots, which meant by the time they got to the last court, it was off. So they said they would fix it, but they just painted over the white lines and they were all showing through. Plus, I noticed today there's a huge crack. And I think, Jimmy, I think you pointed that out before to me. It's a huge crack running across 2 or 3 of the courts.
That's not good.
But it's long. I wouldn't call it huge, but yeah. It's narrow, but
big
it's
enough.
long.
It needs to be sealed, crack sealed.
Why, I don't actually think the thickness of the stuff they put on it. I thought when you did a tennis court, you put it down with a brush or a squeegee. And this looks like it was almost like water.
It's terrible.
There's a concrete we cut out, and if you look at the side of it, it doesn't even look like it's a 32nd of an inch thick. So,
Is it in the asphalt or is it in the paint or the coating?
it's good. It's through the coating. And I think it's a little in the asphalt. But the funny thing, it's going across the way the courts were done. The courts were done north to south with the machines. And the cracks going east to west, which is weird. You would think it would crack along like where the seam was where the asphalt was joined or something.
Yeah.
Like I say, if you look, it just looks like the paint might be cracked. I don't know.
All right, well, we'll reach out to Jim and get a copy of the pictures, but why don't you let us take a look at the pictures, and then I might ask the commission to just write a letter to me, outlining the issues or a memo or just notes of some sort. And I can forward that on to Jason if we have to initiate any kind of legal recourse.
I remember the initial striping of the courts, Charlie and Jimmy had set up perfectly so that there'd be the right distance on each side of each court. And this guy went in and changed everything. And then when Charlie complained, he changed them back, but he never took the lines out. So maybe if Jimmy Campbell, with his history, can get together with you, Mike Dutton, and before you send a letter through Jason, maybe all the facts will get put together correctly.
Yep, that'd be perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Jimmy, how are the pickleball courts running?
Very well. There's 221 people playing.
And they're-
Okay, have-
they're all members?
We don't have a membership yet. That was just voted on, so. Last
That
week,
would be
until we
something
get a
would be
letter
taking
saying
place?
that we have permission to do that, because, we didn't want to go out and sign people up for something. So-
Well, when will that take place?
I have a question too on the pickleball courts. I know we're all made aware of the Physical Therapy University, PTU, having a class there that Emily Williams had first approved. And when I talked to her and told her there is a process to it, and it's not the senior center that approves, she did write to Jim Small, who I believe forwarded it to Kim, and it was approved. My question is, how can somebody hold a class, a group, or something on town property, charge a fee, and like making money off of the town property? We have Little League, we have the basketball league, we have football, I don't know, we have a slew of them that use our facilities, and they do charge, but they also give back to the town. So my question, and I'm not speaking for the rest of the board, but I think I would hope they'd agree. How did that get approved? Is there something coming back to the town? Is there a policy about, we've always, if it's a for-profit group, we've always charged a fee for them to use the facilities. Is the PTU paying anything? Was their insurance checked? I'm sure they have insurance for their therapy office. Does their insurance cover use of the pickleball courts? Michael, you squeezing that thing that you got the other day when I stressed you out?
No, I gave it away, Gina.
Okay, so those are my questions. Tom, it looked like you were gonna say something. No, he's muted.
So Gina, to answer your question, I'm not fully aware of the whatever activity was scheduled scheduled on the course or courts rather, but we should have the mechanism because maybe we do. I just don't know. I don't know if there's pickleball court signups or what have you, but there should be some communication there so that if there is some sort of recreational activity that is going to take place at a certain time, that can be allowed. I mean, the pickleball courts obviously are a public amenity. That doesn't mean that anybody can go on there at any time they want and kick people off and so forth. But if there is some sort of sign up method that that we can make sure is in a somewhat public place, then we should make sure that we do that.
Okay,
like-
at one point, there was a whole usage application process that it was on our webpage. I think the last time Brooke had looked, she said it wasn't there. I had looked one time. I can't remember if it's there, for sure what she had said. But that was an application process, that they want to use it for, you know, such and such a day from, you know, 5 to 6. And it was approved. It was looked against the schedule. If it was a for-profit group, they would be charged. So that's
I think, I mean,
something.
So I don't think it was a for-profit group. My understanding was it was a senior center program.
No, it's PTU is putting it on.
Are they the instructor or
Yes,
doing it for the senior center?
probably.
So it was
know
a
the
senior
answer.
center program with the instructor, like they have yoga and all of those. Those are all instructors that are brought in.
Okay, so who gets the $50 an hour or $50 for the class? So it would charge the cost per session was $50. That's why I'm not sure if it's actually, Emily had told me she approved it as
Oh.
the senior center. And she said she was going to write to PTU, Physical Therapy University, when she wrote to Jim Small about it to follow
Gina,
the process.
Gina,
Tom?
can I ask a question?
Sure.
Did anyone talk to Emily about it? Because maybe it's just you know, she didn't realize it.
Right,
I-
I did talk to her, and she said that she's the one that approved it, and I told her that she can't approve for pickleball courts because they're Parks and Rec. So she wrote to Jim Small to follow the process at that point. But
Okay.
my question now is, and I don't even remember when the session was gonna be held, but they were charging $50 a head. When the senior center has their exercise classes, they're $5 a head per session. This is 50, and she said it was PTU had gone to them to hold this.
so $50 per person for one session?
Not for
Yeah.
one session.
Yeah.
It couldn't be for once. So I know they charge fees for every class. That sounds a lot for one class.
Sounds incredible.
It sounds like maybe over a series of classes.
Okay, I'm
In
gonna
order-
try to look it up right now, what I saw. If I can find it.
So I
Um,
do know that they will charge a fee, but it is for the purpose of paying the instructor like they do
Correct,
for
and-
all of the programs.
Right, and I do a few exercise classes there, and it's $5 a piece. I want to say this was 50.
That would
I'm
be a
just-
lot for one
It
class.
was.
I
It
wouldn't,
was.
I don't think anybody would go.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. And of course, now I won't be able to find it. I don't know if anybody signed up or anything like that. But I guess the start of my question originally was, why wasn't Parks and Rec involved with it? Who's to say that, like, it was approved from the town manager's office? So who's to say that Parks and Rec, somebody didn't follow the correct procedure, asked to use the pickleball courts from, I think this class was like 5 to 6:30. There's a disconnect there. That we have two different sets of people approving. I'm sorry if I sound like the grouchy person today. but-
No, but you know what, Gina, you bring up a good point, and if, you know, it's, I think, you know, Tom was alluding to, you know, did we ask Emily? But I mean, I think the issue in this particular case sounds like it's really communication, and, you know, to the extent that people want to use that court, those courts, certainly for something other than pickleball, you know, I would be cautious about allowing non-pickleball, but, you know, okay, say there's some sort of exercise class, I think that's perfectly legitimate. If you want to get out on the courts and exercise, but it can't be at a time when the courts are otherwise being used. I mean, it's gotta be, you know, there has to be a policy around that, I think, and a centralized sign up. And I know Jim, I think you've done a lot of work on sign up and making sure that the pickleball operations run smoothly. So I think to the extent that people want to sort of back in to the use of the courts, they need to do it the right way, and follow the right process.
I believe she was
Okay.
addressing repetitive. People that play pickleball, their injuries are usually repetitive because they end up playing 6 days a week or something. That's what they're finding in the physical therapy world. I think what she was gonna do is teach people how not to get into that. She was going to train them with the stretches to do and all that stuff with. I only seen Emily the first day she had the pamphlet, and she was putting it over there. So she was
Correct.
aware of it. As far as
Okay,
the money, I
have-
didn't even notice what it was. But
Okay,
the idea was, she was gonna, I don't even know if she was gonna do physical therapy on you. I just think she was gonna explain to you the stretches and all the stuff to do so that you don't get hurt if you play pickleball. That was the first impression I got of it.
Right, and
As
that's
far
what,
as
that's,
her using
that's,
the
the-
courts,
yeah,
I-
that's the way
I mean,
Emily had
that area
explained it to
down
me.
there, we use the school. Don't they walk through where you go walking? Isn't that the school property or? I don't even know who owns what, so.
Okay.
She
the-
wanted
the-
to have a Zumba class on the court, no one's using it. Zumba away, I don't know.
Okay, but my issue, Jimmy, is I have the flyer right here. And it
Okay.
was April 18th, Tuesday, April 18th, and Thursday,
Yeah.
April 20th. Pickleball prep with PTU, 5 to 6:30, $50 for 2 1.5 sessions, 1.5 hour sessions.
For 3 hours.
Um,
maybe.
And it says RSVP, and it's the front desk at PTU clinic.
So it's $16 an hour. 16.
Well,
60.
regardless, it's still somebody, a private
no, but-
organization is making $50.
But $5 is $5, right? I mean, I'm not saying that the money makes a difference. If you can charge $5 to do a dance thing, why would she think you couldn't charge 16 to do a physical therapy thing? That's all I'm
That-
saying. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I
but-
don't know.
So is it that you want a policy around how it is approved if something other than pickleball is going on?
No,
the
it's
court,
kind
or
of,
no?
as Jimmy said, it was a stretching from what Emily explained it to me. It was a stretching that they needed the pickleball courts because if somebody hits the ball, how to reach and how to stretch
Right.
for it so you don't get hurt. What I would like to see is a standard way, and I would hope that the rest of Parks and Recreation would agree with me. We go back to using the application that Parks and Rec have some say in it. And also as far as somebody, this isn't like the Zumba class that they charge $5 a head. You sign up, actually, you don't even have to sign up, but you just go. But if there were signups, it would go through the senior center. This is definitely a sign up through PT University. So it's different, Kim. To me, it's different than the regular exercise classes, yoga classes, Zumba, whatever they offer. So I think a policy should be put in place and maybe look at what we had before. That somebody can't, a private organization can't go on, if this had said sign up with the senior center, fine. But it
Okay.
sign up with PTU.
Okay, I agree. I thought this was a senior,
Yeah.
a fee-based class being offered by the senior center.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can check further with Emily to see. But the way I read the flyer, it wasn't sponsored by them. She just approved it and put the flyer out. But it looked like it was a complete PTU flyer.
Gina, is that something, can you follow up with Emily and find out if that had anything to do with the senior center? And then we can find out
will.
exactly what kind of a
Yep.
thing we're dealing with here, and then,
Yep,
if
I
it
will.
is something separate, then we'll treat it like we treat everything else with, baseball, pickleball, then we can do a fee-based assessment on that
Yep.
information.
Good,
Thank you.
I'll follow up with that, Emily.
okay.
Thank you.
And
What's
and I can see where it was just a miscommunication to Kim for that.
I think so.
Hey, could we take something out of line? I know, Nancy Wood's here and she's waiting to see about, she's owed 2 days pay. And I know Nancy, you still here?
That's a,
Yeah, Nancy's
Yes,
worked
I
for us.
am.
Nancy, you've worked for us, what, 20 years?
31.
31, I'm sorry, I apologize. 31 years. And so I hate having you, I saw that you were in the meeting and I know I saw your letter you sent today and I apologize, Mike, is this okay if I bring this up?
I think it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Just, we owe her 2 days work. Can we please, now, she's been 31 years with us. Can we please some way get her
Can I-
the
So
Because
I
I
would,
did-
just for what it's worth, Tom, I would, I'd refer Nancy to Kim. And we can sort that out, but that's, the committee is not a place where you want to be talking about,
Oh, okay,
you know, pay rates and stuff like that, or pay or back pay or, you know, missed pay, but we'll definitely sort that out and make sure that that gets resolved.
okay, well, thank you.
Is
I
that all
believe
right?
I gave you the steps, Nancy, already.
Yeah, you were
Oh.
putting me on as a vendor instead of through the payroll. That's what confused
Okay,
me.
so we have to, that's not, I think I gave you the information. You can certainly contact me.
And I sent it on to
Into-
Jim so he could follow through. And I haven't heard anything.
Because I think I gave you some information, but please feel free to follow up with me. Because
I will do that
Personnel.
again. Yes.
Yeah,
I
just-
apologize. I mean to bring this all up. I thought, I just want to clear it up for Nancy. She's been great with us.
Well, that's fine. That's the proper mechanism or the proper process. Just Nancy can touch base with Kim and we'll sort it out.
Right.
I had touched base, but I don't
I-
seem we.
Okay,
I'll
but
get
personnel
back with Jim
issues we
again.
can't discuss in a
No, that's
public
fine. I will
forum.
get back with you. I just felt I was at a standstill with trying to get information out of Jim and going forward. And we're getting into the fiscal year of a new year coming July 1st. And this was from last year from the program. So that's why
Okay, so
I
the-
brought it up.
I-
The two of you-
But it
the
has
two
to
of
be
you can get together and take care of this privately?
Yes, we will. We'll
Okay,
try again.
okay. Thank you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
thank you.
The next thing that we have on the agenda is the budget. What type of budget do we have, Michael, and how do we spend it?
How do we get more money?
Yeah, there's the bottom line. All right, let me just pull up. We don't have a budget yet. I just want to remind folks.
Do
It
we have
is
one for this fiscal year coming up?
not yet. Nope. If all goes well, it'll be voted next Tuesday. And I haven't heard any of any huge issues with the budget. So, but I do want to just remind you that it hasn't been voted yet. So let me just pull it up.
What is in the budget for recreation?
So, excuse me,
And who made the budget? You, Mike?
I make all the budgets. That's by charter what my happy task is.
And do you consult us when you're making the budget for us, or?
Honestly, I haven't, I usually, because of the role I have to play, I usually just do the budget in what is now, in conjunction with all the department heads.
So Jimmy Campbell? Jimmy
Jimmy
Smalley
Small.
meets with the budget? Now,
Absolutely.
how much of the budget is put forth for the new development of all of the park areas that we hired that Mr. Hart for?
So right now, well, let me see if I can bring up the actual budget. Right now, All right, right now, we've got a rec budget of 285, a little over $285,000. So that covers the cost of, mostly the cost of staff. And then some, again, stuff that Jim Small worked
How many
with us
people are on the staff, Mike?
You've got a recreation director, groundskeeper, the park steward. You've got, we budgeted part-time administrative assistant into the operating budget.
Who is
this
that,
year.
Mike? Who's a?
That's, that,
Tab.
yeah, not, I mean, that would be Brooks' position, you know, my understanding
Oh,
is that, you know, Brooks looking to
Retire.
move
Retire.
on or retire, yeah. So I understand that.
so it's like 4 people then.
Yep, and then you've got, you know, seasonal as well. You know, Nancy, and a couple other
Okay,
part-time seasonal. So you've got a few, and then as I say, you've got about 75,000 in you know, expenses. But quite honestly, that's not enough. I know that's not enough. We are, you know, embarking on some work, some renovation work, essentially, of Styles and Hart. That capital funding will get the park up to speed and take care of it for about a year, and then we know after that we're gonna have to budget in addition to that. So it also, this
is
does
there any
not.
state, is there any state funding available for the Styles and Hart?
Yep, we got about 500,000 for Style, a little less than 500,000 for Styles
Has
and
any of
Hart.
that been spent?
Not yet. Nope, not yet. So just, I mean, just as an aside, I don't want to get us off budget, but as an aside, so Styles and Hart, Pat Brennan, who's a engineer, does a lot of conservation work, does a lot of dam work, and also does a lot of park planning work, is doing sort of an upgrade plan for us. And as soon as he's done with that, or as soon as he's got a really working draft, I shouldn't say done, as soon as he's got a working draft, I'm going to bring it to both the Open Space Committee and Parks and Rec, just to get some input from you guys to see what your thoughts are about
But
you
you're
know,
gonna share
parking,
that with
trail
us?
placements. Pardon?
You'll share that with us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Great.
So, and then we'd like, you know, I haven't checked with Pat in a while, but I'd like to get going so that by summer we can get going on procurement, because we have to go through a procurement process to get the work done. And then the grant stipulations are that we expend the money. I can't remember the exact date, but it's we don't have a lot of time on that grant. So I want to make sure that you're aware of what the plan is, so that when, you know, I circulate the plans, and I'll do it before a meeting, certainly, so you have plenty of time to look and see what the ideas are.
So you typically, is it a year you have to spend the money within that you get on a grant?
It's just typically a year. This is federal money. So I don't believe it has to be done by the end of the federal fiscal year, which it would be September. That's not going to be feasible. But I want to say it's either it may be sometime next March. I don't know. So it seemed like an arbitrary date to me, but I'll when I forward the plans, I'll put that in a memo just so you know.
That work
the
might be
timeline.
very difficult to do in cold weather, right?
Very difficult. Or if you're working, doing a wetland crossing, it might be beneficial to do it in cold weather. I don't know. So,
Yeah.
But no, I think mostly it's more challenging to do it in the cold weather. So,
So
Hey,
once
Mike.
once Pat puts it together, you're gonna share that with us then.
correct.
Okay,
Hey, Mike, can I ask you one question on the budget? Is
Sure.
there any capital money? I know Smalley was asking about, I thought he was saying about a new mower. There was a new mower and an edger he needed. Did he put in for that?
Yes. Yep. That so we have a pretty robust 5-year capital plan, which I think we're going to be giving to the council next week.
Oh, good.
But I believe he's got that. I know some stairs or something at Legion Field are on that plan. Yeah, there were a few items. He was
Mhm.
quite good about getting stuff on the capital plan, making sure it worked its way through.
In Scotland Field, um, Jim Small sent us pictures of the dugouts and things here that are atrocious. Mark, have you looked at those with Jim? I know you looked at Legion Field. Have you looked at the
No,
Scotland Field?
No, I looked at Scotland. No, they've done a good
Oh, you
job.
did?
No, because those were a safety concern. So those dugouts came down. There was also a drainage concern, but they've taken those out, poured new slabs, new dugouts are there. The benches people sit on, those have been replaced. There's been another barrier put up on the edge of the parking lot. I know softball contributed some money too to get some of that stuff done, which is really good. It wasn't all on us,
Good.
but it's taken a step in the right direction because Scotland, as everybody agrees, is incredibly underutilized. So things are going in the right direction as far as that goes. And in years coming, I'd like to see a little more there, and we can work on that later.
Good,
Mark, can I ask a question about the pictures? I saw it looked great. Look, I mean, it looks heck of a lot better, and obviously the safety issues have been addressed, but maybe it's just a picture and it wasn't complete, but obviously there was fencing in front of the bench, so you wouldn't get hit by a foul ball or a pass ball. But it didn't look like there was any fencing behind the benches. It would separate a team from, somebody just at the game. Is that going, you know what I'm saying? The picture I saw, maybe it was an early picture, wasn't like boxed in, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
Geez, I thought it was, Dan, but I drive by that about 10
I'm just
times a
saying
day.
the one picture I saw,
Yeah.
I may have seen an early picture. So
If it's not, what was your concern? Protection from the
Well,
parking lot?
the picture I saw, and I could be wrong, and I don't have it in front of me. It looked like, so there was fencing between
they
the
added
bench
that
and the
fencing,
field,
yeah.
so you don't get hit by the ball. But if I was sitting at the bench behind me, it looked like there was no fencing yet, maybe so that like fans could get in the bench area. It should be closed off.
I'm gonna see if I can
Maybe
look at
it
this now
was.
because I've looked at it so much that I actually can't answer that because I've looked at it that much.
They drive by it all the time. I can swear there's a backing.
I think there is.
Yeah, I can't find it right now, but I thought there wasn't. Maybe the one towards the would be the third base side. I thought.
Yeah, that's the one I look at the most. I thought there was, but
okay,
if
maybe
not,
it's just me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we'll I'll take a look at that anyway.
No,
just
thank you.
in the morning and stuff, and we'll if there is some kind of concern there, we'll look at it. Obviously,
No, I
at the
just
moment-
I didn't think it was there, but if it was, I just missed it. So I missed a lot of things. So don't worry. Thank you.
Hey, Mark.
Tell you, the whole Scotland Field looks a lot better than it did last year. With the
Absolutely.
ropes and the poles, it looks much better. The infield looks great, and it's really good tribute to the guys that fixed it all up.
It looks
It
great.
does. It does.
Great.
Okay,
The next thing on the agenda is meeting with the town attorney and the finance director. Now, the town attorney was basically, we had questions 4 or 5 months ago on the golf course and stuff like that. We still want to meet with the town attorney?
my thought is yes, because we still have,
I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that in person.
me too. And I think that's how it got dropped before, because we had a bunch of great questions. And the town manager had approved us speaking with them. We had a bunch of great questions that were consolidated for us, but I think it kind of got put aside because some wanted to meet in person, some wanted to send the town attorney a letter. I agree, Mike. My thought is to meet in person. How does the rest of the board
I think
feel?
we should meet in person.
No,
I prefer. I think most of us do prefer in person.
If we all meet, is that a public meeting, Mike?
Yeah.
So,
Do we have to
I mean,
do
I
that
don't
in
know,
Zoom?
do we want that, so would it behoove us to maybe pick two, like a subcommittee or something to meet to address our concerns? I don't know.
That we could just
Not
post it.
that,
as-
not that we're hiding anything or they're hiding anything, but I mean, some of our, I don't know, it's kind of like a personnel issue we just talked about. So, you know, I don't know. It's,
Good
I think
question.
for what it's worth, I think Dan's right. I think you're better off. If you have specific questions, you know, write down specific questions or keep them in your head and just sort of designate, you know, the chair or a couple of people.
Well, it'd be nice if we wrote down the
Jason.
questions and gave it to the town attorney and the town finance director so that they would be prepared to answer our questions.
Good point, Mike.
That's true. Good point, Mike. Okay, we can work on that and ask Brooke to.
yeah,
answer
I
it.
think we had started at one point, so I bet Brooke might have some of the initial
Right.
ones, and I'm sure those still need to be addressed, and we might have some new ones, but
Mhm.
I mean, it's
You know, I don't
extremely
know.
helpful when people approach us as the recreation, if we
Right.
know what's going on. And a lot of questions I've had to face has been about the golf course.
so Mike, do we have, Mike, no, excuse me, do we have to limit that to 2 people before we violate any open meeting laws or anything?
Yep. Yeah, you would be 2 people before you have to
I
get an
mean,
open meeting.
I'll just throw this out there. I mean, I think definitely the chair should be a part of it, and then have to be one more person. I don't know, no, Gina and Tommy are very along, you know, one of them. Or Mike, if you want to defer those two with their experience, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I think that they'd be the two best to
if they
go.
want to, I mean, I don't want to
Mhm.
volunteer anybody. And no offense, Mark. I mean, you and I are the young guys on the committee here.
Mhm. I have no.
I felt
problem.
good saying that anyways. It might not be true, but
I personally think, Mark, I think you'd be great to go there and get
oh, you
a
would. Yeah.
wealth of
but-
knowledge on,
Mhm.
when you're
Well,
young,
we
you're
can-
gonna be carrying on for the next 30 years, probably.
We
I know,
can-
but
love
some of
hanging with
those
you guys.
questions, I'm just saying, some of these questions, excuse me, some of these questions have been ongoing for a while that maybe some, and again,
Maybe the chair
no
would
offense.
like to recommend that Mark and Dan go to this subcommittee meeting. You have a lot of
well, I
information.
think, Mike, I would love to, but you're missing my point. I think there's other people have more concerns and want them answered and are more in tune to the those
I think-
issues,
I
because some
mean,
of these questions go back a while, so. but-
Yeah,
Mr.
in general, we could probably talk about it in a meeting and establish a list of questions we want answers for anyway, and
Yeah,
then we can decide who does what, you know?
Here's what I'm getting at, folks. We've done this. We started this months ago, and you know, we just keep doing the same thing over and over. So let's just decide who's gonna do it, and we can meet and get the
Mhm.
questions, and then, again, if we, you know, and then, so.
Can I just ask a question? Mike, if we do have a meeting and we invite the attorney and we post it, can we do that? Can we just post the meeting that we're gonna have a special meeting with council? Can we do that? And so then we don't have to worry about who wants to go. We have a board to do it. To
Yeah,
me,
you can do that. Absolutely.
Can we
yeah,
do that
that's-
and go into executive session? Is that a?
Probably not. You can't unless it's for one of the 5 or 6 very specific reasons to go into executive session.
Is the
Okay.
town still being sued by the other person that bid?
I guess it's still out there, Jim. I don't know. Nothing's happened in
Wouldn't that be a
Least a
reason
year.
for executive session?
not
Be discussing the other person?
yeah, I mean, I'm the one being sued, so I mean,
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay, Brooke just wrote and said that she just said the questions are now in our inbox, so she probably just emailed them. I'm gonna miss Brooke when she officially retires.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, would you want to post it? Are you good with that?
I'll
So,
try.
so if Mr. Buron and Mark, Mr. Thompson want to go, it's there. So everyone, and Gina, everyone could be there. I want to see how everyone else's consensus is. Also, Mike, can we meet in person if we do this?
so that's a whole different ball of wax. I was talking to Gina a little bit about the issues involved in going back to in person. In this particular case, because you're engaging the town attorney, I would say yes, you can meet in person. The overarching issue on meeting in person really has nothing to do with COVID anymore. I mean, we're over that issue and the safety and all that. Our challenge is that we have to we know what's going to happen. We're pretty sure what's going to happen, even though the governor extended the emergency provisions until 2025. We're not positive that those are going to continue on after 2025. I think everybody's got a pretty good idea that the world has changed and technology is here. Our challenge is we are fairly certain that hybrid meetings will be what we're going to have to move to, which means you could be in person, you could be virtual, and we have to try to make that seamless. So the problem with that is that right now that requires that we have extra staffing every single meeting, and we can't afford it. I mean, that's a huge expense when you're talking like 25, 30 different meetings. Whether those meetings are every week or every 2 weeks or once a month, what have you. So it's a huge expense, and we haven't worked out the logistics to figure out, what the rules are going to be around that. And, the scenario that I think I mentioned to Gina, and I know I've mentioned to a couple others, was brought to me recently. What if you have a public meeting, it's a hybrid meeting, 50, and there's some big controversial issue on the agenda, 50 people show up to the Academy building, to the council chambers, and none of the board are at the meeting in person. What do? Do you just carry on with the meeting? All the public is in the room, and the board members are wherever. The other issue is that I've appointed a lot of people, new people to boards and committees. And a lot of those people can only do it if it's virtual. So they've got young families, they can't just leave the house to go to a meeting in person. So those, those are two of there are a bunch of other issues, technology issues that we have to address. Every town has to address. I mean, we're not alone. We're actually way far ahead of most towns when it comes to technology. But in order to do hybrid meetings seamlessly and effectively, we've got a whole technology upgrade that we have to do. So those are some of the issues, generally. And I know I probably told you more than you wanted to hear because you were just asking me a question. But I think generally those are the issues that we're dealing with. So I don't want to lose a lot of people that have just been appointed to boards, obviously, but I completely get, wanting to do meetings in person. It's a different, especially if you've been meeting a long time, it's a different, scenario.
You lose the continuity of a board, you lose that continuity of working together. I don't know, being on the board, it just, and I do this, I have Zoom meetings, but we do a lot of hybrids, and we record all our meetings. I don't see why there's a problem with recording is pretty basic with Zoom. And I don't know, I'm just surprised. I think we lose a lot as a committee when you don't see each other and you're just looking at a phone or you're looking at your screen.
I couldn't agree with you more, Tommy. It's very frustrating having these virtual meetings. Mike, I don't know if people are complaining to you, but I think there's a lot less benefit with the virtual meetings than there is getting together.
Yeah, you won't find an argument from me. I mean, virtual meetings certainly helped us survive, the pandemic. I'll say that. I mean, we were able to keep the town running and keep progress, moving. But yeah, there's nothing that takes the place of, face-to-face, person-to-person meetings.
But we can't do that now.
Not yet. We're not in a position. Well, so anyway, what I was saying is if you're going to have a meeting specifically to talk with Jason, then I don't mind that you meet in person for that particular one. So that would be okay.
But as far as our regular monthly meetings, we have to do it virtually.
Yeah, we're not at the point yet where we can.
And that's an
you know,
order
do
from the
it back.
governor?
No, there's no order from the governor. So what the governor said, well, the governor and the legislature said is that the pandemic era provisions are being extended through March, I think it was March of 2025. So what that means is that for towns, towns can opt to have virtual or hybrid for that matter, but towns can opt for that without requiring an in-person quorum. So you're not required to do that, but you can opt to do it virtually and not have an in-person quorum. That's basically what the provisions say.
Okay, so we could meet, let's just say it's just us, there's three of us, Gina, myself, and Danny, and Mike and Mark are not there, so, I'm sorry, let's say it's just Gina and I, and you, Mark, Danny, and Mike are not there, so the quorum isn't in the office, but the quorum with the Zoom is there. Is that right, Mike? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, you don't, I mean, you don't, if you have three people on, if this board had three people at a meeting, whether you were virtual or in person, you've got a quorum. The old, pre-pandemic, you could do remote participation. Very few people ever did, because who would want to, but very few people did remote participation. But the rule back then, pre-pandemic, was you had to have a quorum in the room, in person. So that's what changed. When the pandemic came along, they implemented emergency regulations, or emergency legislation rather, and they said, nope, you can have a quorum present virtually or in person, but you didn't require a quorum in person. So that they did away with that requirement, at least quote unquote temporarily, now till 2025.
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
I need to jump off of this meeting because I need to head into Boston to pick somebody up at the airport.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Tom can send
Lucas,
so.
close the
Tom can
meeting
send
and all
someone.
that. Thanks. Tom's like, yeah, you're driving into the
Drive
airport.
safely,
Hey,
drive
Mark,
safely.
listen, all you have to do is call.
They were supposed to come to Providence at 7 o'clock yesterday, but because from Fort Lauderdale, because the weather was so bad, it got canceled. The only flight they could get was tonight into Boston, so.
You're a
Tom
good,
I'm
said to
jumping
tell you
off.
He's come to service.
Tommy, I thought she was on the payroll. She was driving for you, no?
No, I'm on my
All right.
brother's payroll. Okay, Michael and Kimberly, thank you for being here, and the other guests too.
Drive
Okay.
safely.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
So anyway, Tom, I don't know if that answered your question or my.
no, it does. It was, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, it answered it. Yeah.
It is the difference, Zoom, for on the municipal side is what, we're kind of waiting for Zoom to catch up to how municipalities have to work. And that's sort of the technology piece. I gather that people know that they are working on it and working on upgrades that would make it much easier to operate. But right now it's you've got to handle a crowd. You got to handle the board. You got to handle, so it's just a bit of a mess.
You gotta make the meetings available to everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And for what it's worth, I think the public, has gotten used to being able to just watch a meeting real time. And even though, we do have council, you'll notice the council meetings are in person, but with the council meetings are not, we don't share a Zoom address for council meetings because we can't handle just meeting management wise, we can't handle, managing the crowd, so to speak, and the people that are there in person. So it's a challenge. So
Will there ever be any televised council meetings anymore?
oh, they are. Yeah, if
They
they're on BTV. They're live on BTV. They're actually, I think they're live on YouTube on the either BTV's YouTube channel or our YouTube channel. And
you
they're
get much
also,
Do you get much viewership? Many people watch them? Do you know that?
I don't know. They're
It
pretty
seems to
darn
be-
boring.
Seems to be a lot of people have told me that they really don't know what's going on in the town.
Yeah, that is frustrating because, we put out as every single meeting we have is recorded and posted on the town's YouTube page. So even if it's not a council meeting, every meeting is out there. So the council meetings are also on Facebook. We get some viewership on Facebook Live. But it's very difficult to just figure out how to push stuff out. And I've said it before, it's not just Bridgewater, it's everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And we all struggle.
Years ago, you could pick up the Enterprise the next day and they'd have a person that would be telling us we couldn't open the golf course. The sewer system wasn't working. You'd hear about all this stuff, but you don't hear that much anymore.
No, there's no newspaper, there's no coverage. It's very frustrating. So, and I say that as somebody who was very critical of newspaper coverage because, usually they didn't get it right, but.
Correct.
Sound like a
But
little
not
bit
having-
no job.
Mr. Chair, I'm back. I'm really leaving. I'm afraid to leave the meeting because I'm a co-host, and if I exit, I'm afraid I'm gonna exit everybody out. This is gonna keep running. But Michael, can you just, under new business, touch on the mobile station with your subcommittee there and Styles and Hat, your subcommittee?
Sure.
Okay, I'm really going now. Bye.
Gina, drive safe.
Thank you. And like I
Keep
said,
the tip. Keep
I'm
the
gonna
tip. Drop off the money at the office.
So just to Mike, to your point, I got a message. We had the last council meeting, we had 550 people tuned into some portion of that on Facebook. So that's just on the Facebook side.
I think that's a good number.
It's better than I thought, to tell you the truth.
I'm pretty amazed by that. That's a
Yeah.
lot of people. Leave it, I wouldn't expect that many.
No, I didn't either.
That's almost as many people as voted last year.
Yeah.
That's what is sad.
Do we want to, Mike, get to that gas station? Do you have some information on that?
Sure. Let me just quickly give you a little update, and then unfortunately I have to go. But I did. So as you know, the council asked me to arrange for a taking of that property. I did. We did. The council did vote to take the property. And it's now town owned. We cleaned up. Paul DaCosta and the highway guys went in and did a quick day or two of just cleaning up the brush and the mess in there. Certainly doesn't look beautiful, but it looks a lot better than it did. So right now we're about to engage in a planning process, and which is designed to be a very public planning process. The reason for the taking is to create downtown, essentially create downtown active or passive recreational opportunities and couple it with the Flora Little Park, which is right next door to it, which is not owned by the town, by the way, just so you know that. It is a park, it's a designated park, and the use, as far as I know, can never be changed, but it's not a town-owned park. The Bridgewater Improvement Association owns that one. So I put together, so we have a landscape architect on board, and we have put together a very small sort of steering committee just to make sure that we go through a planning process the correct way. And so there's a representative from two representatives from town. So Jim Small is looking out for your interest. Bob Ruley, who's our new CED director, Bridgewater State University, their vice president, and then the BIA is sending a representative too. So we'll make sure that, well, let me back up. The point of that group is to make sure that we're very clear about what the reason for the taking was, and that we can provide appropriate direction to the landscape architect, and in between public sessions, so that we have to be on a fairly narrow course when it comes to that piece of property, just because of the way that we came into ownership.
Has anyone done a 21E assessment on that property?
Oh yeah, there's more than a 21A.
Nothing's been found?
No, that property has more testing and more engineering reports and all of that. It's a that thick of paperwork. So that property is clean. The tanks were all removed. The monitoring wells are tested I think on a quarterly basis. Those are clean.
How long does that last? How long does the testing require? How many years?
That's a good question, Mike. I'm not sure. I after decommissioning, I think you have a certain number of years. I just don't know what that is.
Usually it's about 5 years.
Yeah.
Want to see the town get involved unless that was completely done.
Yeah. No, it's been since it's been at least probably been 7 or 8 years since the tanks were removed. But I have all that. I can look it up. But we're fairly optimistic that we know that property is clean at this point. So
I don't think there was ever a leak there either. Frank and Post closed, they closed it down. There was never a reason to close, was because of a leak. That wasn't the reason. So that's one of the big.
Yeah, no, so anyway, so we haven't even really gotten off the ground yet on the planning. I think we have a meeting scheduled for next week after next, I think, just to sort of plot out how we're going to go about getting public input on the planning process there. So that is in the works.
I do one thing before you run.
Sure.
Down at the pickleball court, there was money that we were gonna use when they took the Jersey barriers out to put in a little curb like. And we held off on it, and I guess CPC took it back, but I got a defibrillator from the Conan people, and they taught everyone how to use it and all that stuff. But we
That's
need
excellent.
electricity to the shed, because you have to cool it in the summer and you have to warm it up in the wintertime. Plus, it's got an alarm on it. So as Tommy can tell you, people come in and steal things off your vehicles and stuff. So we don't want them taking the defibrillator. And we thought it'd be a good idea to put a camera in there. So I don't know how much they took back, but especially it was Charlie's idea to run the electricity, and as you know, the defibrillator is important the first 10 minutes. So
I talked to
that.
Charlie about the electricity, and my recollection was, because I wanted to run, my thought was run lights out there, and I think after a long discussion, we finally decided that probably wasn't a good idea.
Yeah.
But I think he ran the conduit, Jim. Do you remember?
I don't think he did. I don't
No.
think there's anything there, and long-term plans with the 200 and something people. The courts that we have right now, 24 people at a time. So I talked to Emily. I know she's doing a lot of figuring on what goes where and everything. So we thought that I think if we plan in the future, maybe for some more courts, you can put in 3 more courts, only lose 17 parking spots. So I don't know if it'll ever happen, but if that's the case, you would move the shed. So it's probably a good idea to run the electricity to where the shed would be, and then run it over to where it is now, just so in the future you won't mess with anything. So, whatever people decide, I just want to bring it up because that was one of the things we had discussed about finishing it off there. And we also told Emily, I know it isn't recreation, stuff like that, but people that are down there are willing to help her out. talk about raised beds and stuff like that for, and there's a lot of, all the 211 people, there's a lot of people would be happy to volunteer to do some kind of stuff. You know, we had already built bocce courts down there. Me and Charlie did about 15 days ago. So anyway, you know, by us all being there and by the pickleball being there, it should be able to keep an eye on Emily's stuff that she has out there also, as long as, you know, seems to be people there all day long. No matter what time you go, there's usually 5 or 10 people there, so.
Yeah, no, I hear they're very well used, which is fantastic.
So what are you looking for funding, Jimmy, to put electricity out to the shed?
Well, I don't know what was left. I thought, you know, because it was left.
How do
maybe
we find
use
that
it
out?
right out, but I think it's important to get the defibrillator working. It'd be
Oh,
crazy
it's a great
to
idea.
have it there and not be able to use it. You know, and it'd be really great to have a camera down there. So if you, say didn't want to go down, it was 3 PM, you could maybe look on Wi-Fi and see if there's people there. You know, the Nancy from the Cohen Center there said that we opted for the better case that it comes in. So when you open the case, it calls people to tell them someone opened it, so it can call the police and it can call whoever.
Oh,
It'd be good to just have a way to do that. Might save losing a $1,800 defibrillator.
yeah.
You can't lock it up. It'd be useless to lock it up if you needed it.
Yeah, it has to be accessible.
Yeah,
Correct.
Good.
if you leave it there overnight, it will be stolen. It's not if, it's just when it's gonna get stolen. If you just leave it out in the open with no one there.
Yeah, I have a gun safe that costs about $300, and I thought, like you say, but then you need someone to open it up in the morning. There's a lot to it.
Agree.
Like you say, the one thing you don't want happen is someone to need it and it's not there. And the good thing about there is it's kind of like one way in, one way out. So if they did open the door and the alarm went off, they might have a pretty good chance of getting caught.
That doesn't help the poor defibrillator though. No, that's it. I appreciate that. So I'll that's a good question. I don't know if Jim Small would have any recollection about, you know, electric or conduit or anything over there. But I'll figure out who else might know.
Well, you could probably just look at the box on the side of the senior center, right next to the door going in. So if they did, it must be hooked up to if they hook it up. If they ran it up. And then
Yeah.
the conduit go into the box.
Did Brian Blundell did the work over there, right? A lot of the work over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can talk to him. He's actually my brother-in-law, so I can find out what he remembers about how it's built, how things were laid out too.
I remember
That'd be
talking
good,
to
Marcia.
Charlie, I remember talking to Charlie, and I don't believe conduit was put in. I asked him, I said, why don't we put it in now? For lights later on and for things like this. And whether it was financial or what, but Charlie, we didn't do it.
That's exactly the conversation I think I had with him too.
Yeah.
All right, well, you know what, Jim, we can find out.
Yeah.
I'll ask around and see what I can find out. We'll take a look at what electric is out there.
Okay.
Deal. All right, I do apologize. I have to run. But I'm always happy to come back, but if you have.
Thank you, Mike, for making yourself available.
No,
Mike,
anytime.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
And just if you think of something else, just feel free to text me or email me. So.
Thanks
And
for
I'll-
coming, Mike. Thank you.
Anytime.
Yep,
Thanks
it's
for
good.
having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, see ya.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay.
Does anyone have any old business to talk about?
From the committee, I voted kind of like last week, it's okay to run it in the morning from 8 to 12 and take people's names and all that stuff. And I need something a little firmer, like you talked about paying money to the rec department. So we kind of like have to know how much you want to take so we can charge the people. And
What was the figure that you mentioned that night, Jimmy, at the meeting?
all right, I think you said 5 or 10. I don't really.
I think Jim, when we discussed it, Jim Small had suggested maybe $10 this first year, then we review things and then possibly knock it back or up or adjust it somehow. But I think that was the number that we had, the basic roundabout agreement. You know, I think the thing we did agree on was it was a great idea and you guys were all for doing it. It was fine. It was just a matter of what we thought we would charge, you know, back, just something reasonable, just to
and
put
that's
money
fine
aside
if
to
you
put
could just
into things later.
Who's
give
who's
me
in
something
charge?
in writing telling me that's where we're going so I can tell
Okay.
the people that we haven't
Wait
received and
a minute,
get identification
charge?
cards and all that stuff. What?
who's in charge of the money? It's not gonna be the rec board isn't in charge of this, right?
Oh, We're gonna pay you
Is there
per
a
person
board?
like Little League, I guess.
Tom,
That's what I thought of it.
Tommy, what we discussed last week was, because we wanted to see it work and we love the fact that, you know, Jim is a local person doing it, somebody's involved in the town, because I know some other out of town people had approached us. Everybody thought it was a great idea, just to appease the town, like any other league that uses our facilities, our fields, like Little League football. You know, they have to pay the town per player, basically. Little League charges, for example, $100. I don't know the exact amount. You know, $25 a head goes to the town. So similar thing with football. So if they're going to do something just that way, it is town property, but it's money that what the town does with it, Jim Smalls was telling us too, is like that $25, for example, per head Little League pays to the town, that money gets put back into the fields. So the same with the football, and it would be the same for pickleball. That money would be saved and put into things like, you know, electricity in 2 years or a year or something like that. Money that goes back into that facility. It doesn't just go back into the general fund and it disappears. It's something that's targeted for improvements on that facility.
No, I understand. I'm just making sure, I'm just trying to confirm. They have their own board, they have their own nonprofit number and stuff. Jimmy, you have your own nonprofit number?
I'm leaving that stuff up to Joe Pitta.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I mean,
You're not gonna do it.
Joe Pitta was in Florida, so I you know, came to the meeting and told you, and now that everything's okay, there's a board. I see Tina's Larson's names here. You got Bruce Ekman. I think there's about Rich Gopin. So I'm gonna let them figure it out. We talked about to make sure there was I talked to Emily about if there was a daily fee, whether or not the senior might collect it, because they'd be the only ones that would be there, you know, all day long, everything. So it just came down to, it could be Venmo, or it could be something. We're trying to make a way. It definitely will be very secure, because I've been in town long enough that I've seen some things happen. So it probably would take free signatures to buy it. But we'll make sure it's secure and you know what it is before we.
No,
before it's set
it's
up.
not you, Jimmy. It's
No,
not you.
no, I don't mean that.
It's over. I'm just saying this is, wait till the organization is set. You know, you have a board of directors, you have where your money, where the money is. So
Yeah,
there's
it's not money to
before
get
you
a-
start collecting.
I understand that, but it costs money for 501(c) and stuff like that also. You know, I got it. And we talked about that, and we'll see where it goes. But I don't want to even proceed with that until now you just said it's $10 a head is fine. If you can say, give me something in writing that says, you know, the Bridgewater Pickleball Club can run this thing from 8 to 12, and I don't care if it's 2 lines. I just didn't want to go backwards. That's all.
Is that and I apologize. I wasn't, I was at another meeting, my house.
No problem.
But what was is it Monday through Friday? 8 to
Monday
8
through
to
Monday.
12? What's that?
Monday through Sunday.
You mean every day of the week?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little crazy. That's a
You're gonna have
lot.
this Discussion all over again?
Well, I just think it's a lot.
Why is it a lot? You
I,
can come down and play
I
any
play
day.
pickleball with you all the time too, but there's a lot of people playing.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't do it at the basketball courts. That's all I'm saying. You know, we don't have somebody saying, but all right, if the board's already approved it, then I go
No.
with it.
Tom, it doesn't change anything. Anyone can come down and play anytime. If it's the, what's it, $40 for 52 weeks for the year, so it comes down to what, 80 cents a week?
Most people don't even play. The majority of
don't
the
have to
people
worry
are the
about
same.
it.
Yeah, but those aren't the people who go down and play. It's usually the same faces who play every week.
But I don't play on the Little League field either. I mean, there's a lot of things you don't use. I don't ride the bat bus.
I agree. I
So,
agree.
I mean, I'm not trying this one more time because I would kind of wish you'd say no in a way, because if we
Well, I
don't do
just-
this, if we don't do this, who's gonna go down and take care of it? Jim Small? He's gonna go down and make sure the courts are dry. He's gonna make sure that things are open. You're gonna send people down there every day?
So it was,
This is the way
the
that
plan you guys
they
had,
should run.
the plan you guys had was a good plan. It gave some kind of organization, and it's something that's
That's all
definitely
it is, for
worth
4 hours.
applying. And then, right, and then we review it after, next year, we just review it.
Yeah,
It was at
there's
least
good-
something, because I was just gonna say, we couldn't, lack of not knowing and everything else, and I know, Dan and I were both a little frustrated with it. We're just repetitively talking about the pickleball courts and not getting anywhere. This gave us a direction, and I think it's great.
There's
That
30
being said, I
people that are
don't,
there
I
at
don't
5
wanna be-
o'clock at night, they don't pay nothing. You can play from 12 o'clock till 9 every day. It's just a little period of time for people that want it organized, and it's organized, that's all. We open up everything, we put stuff out, people get balls. We buy the same thing you're doing, we buy new nets for the winter time to go out there, so they're there. We put up, the defibrillator, we'll put up, hopefully, we'll pay for a lot of that stuff. No one's taking any money out of it. Everyone
Jimmy,
pays, no one goes for free.
Jimmy, just a question, because I wasn't at the last meeting, I apologize, but we talked about this
Right.
maybe a couple meetings before, and I had brought up the 501(c), which I know costs money, but some accountability, so will this board be afforded the opportunity to look at a budget? Was somebody gonna keep a budget?
Well, there is no budget, but you can, like I say, the one thing that we thought was definite was that we get pickleball nets, because when you take the other ones down, people played all winter.
Yeah,
So it'd be a good idea to get pickleball nets, one thing. As far as the budget, we don't know how many people are gonna join.
no, I know that, but I'm saying,
The end
that-
is- But, I think you have to have a corporation before you can be a 501(c), right? So you have to incorporate first. And like Tommy said, whatever Joe wants to do, he'll come to you, and if you don't like it, fine. I'm not involved in that part of it.
no, I thought we were treating it like,
This meeting is being recorded.
I thought that we were treating it like a league. So like every year, Little League tells us they have 350 kids. Football tells us they have 250 kids.
Yeah,
So
and we'll know
is it-
when we get it, how
Right.
many we have, because the little difference is you are taking care of the fields for Little League, you're cutting the grass for Little League, you're lining the courts for Little League, you're doing things for Little League, which is great. I mean, I
Yeah,
like
but
to see
Jim-
every kid play for free in Bridgewater,
Right.
because we pay for the field, but that's a different story. As far as this goes, we're doing the things that you would be doing. It's kind of like a reverse, which is fine. And like they said, I have no doubt that you'll give some of that money back if it's for a good cause for the courts. If this guy don't paint him, and we said we'll paint him if you buy the paint, I'm
Right.
sure you will do it. I mean, that's just how it'll be. So I get no worries about all that. As far as accountability, I hold the feet to the fire. I'm all for it. If you want 501(c), we'll do that. Just realize that.
no, but also the $10 that we're getting, Jim Smalley and Ray Wilcox still go down there and clean the trash barrels and things like that, right?
There are no trash barrels.
Well, they go down and do some maintenance, so that,
They're
That's
gonna
what-
have to do it. I agree. There's gonna have to be trash barrels. There's gonna have to be people there. I'm just worried, I'm not worried about now, this year. I'm just worried about next year, the years, once you
Molly's
set it
gonna
up.
have to put the windscreen, Molly's putting the windscreen up, and I told him I can get him 5 or 6 people to help him. That's all I'm trying to do, is make it
Right.
I hear you.
easier for it the other way. I think we're all on the same direction. Instead of me going to CC, going and asking for money to buy a new windscreen, say it gets ruined next year. That's things that we would be trying to take care of. That's all.
We're gonna treat it just
Joe-
like
Joe
the
probably
league
should
of
be here to
softball.
talk About that. All I want is, if you give me the letter saying, yeah, you can do it, and, you wanna have a 501(c), whatever, it's fine with me. I'll just tell Joe.
But is that letter addressed to you, or is is there a name of
Bridgewater
this group?
Pickleball Club would be fine.
Okay,
They have, if you go on Team Reach,
yeah,
in fact, that's probably a good thing to do for anything. Team Reach, you go on, you'll see every person that's on there, you'll see who the advisors are, whatever you want to call them, the administrators. There's like 8 of them. And you can talk to everyone on there, or you can pick out the people you want to talk to and send them a message. It's a great system, and that's what we use.
So you'd like a letter from us, Jimmy?
I just a little thing saying, let's go ahead, because there was a question of whether or not you had the authority to do it, not being funny right now. I mean, I just want to make sure that we didn't start doing this and get all.
Well,
the
how
people
did youth
They're all
football,
gonna pay, and we're told, oh, you can't do that.
how did youth football first get started? Did they get something for recreation saying they could start doing?
Yeah, Mike,
You
Mike.
have
that
to
was
apply to
probably
use the field, I guess, is
100 years
basically what this is.
Oh, I know how many years it was, Tommy, but
I'm saying this is basically, we're asking you to use the field. I probably asked you to use the field on certain days, and you okayed it.
One's a complete league. This isn't a complete league. This is people playing pickleball.
Well, they're
I'm
not-
not how it goes. Tennis, we've never really controlled tennis when we used to have tennis
Alright.
court.
Once again, I love you to be down there when there's 15 guys show up with their coolers and their chairs, and they set them up all around the court, and they want to stay there all day for 4 hours, and you can take care of it. I'm good. If you have it set up, it's set up. These are the rules. They follow the rules. Everyone plays. It's very social. No one, if you sign on the board, you get to play next. I mean, I just don't get it's just an easy way to run a league. It ain't even a league. No one's keeping score. It's just,
No, it's just,
every other
it's,
town.
you need
Every
something.
other town I've ever been in does it that way. I mean,
No, they set up a
Wheel,
board.
huh?
The other towns set up a board. They'll set up boards, or you call into the sandwich, you call into the rec board, and they keep track of who's using the field, who uses the courts. It's like you sign up for the courts. It's a little different. They do it a little different than that. But
they don't have the capabilities to do that, Tommy.
what's that? No,
I'm
we don't have enough people. We don't have enough. I'm with you.
Go ahead, like what Mark said, and try this for a year and just evaluate it for a year. We got
Yep.
Joe Pitter will be in charge of it and see how things go.
Yep. Has Joe come to the meeting?
No, but he talked to us initially.
Oh, he did. Good. No, Joe's great. They're all good. Yeah, Jimmy's been
No,
on the
and-
board 30 years on the rec
Try
board.
Try it for a year, see how it works out, and make changes next year, like what Mark said.
Yep. Hey, I just want to make sure we don't get any of the residue that comes out with us saying that, hey, I gave money and I can't get I can't get the pickleball courts. How come I can't? I don't want any of that going on to us.
We'll give that back to Joe Pitter. If we get complaints, we'll get back to Joe Pitter and let him square it away.
All right,
Yeah.
that couldn't happen, because anyone that comes down signs the board and they get to play pickleball. The only way that can happen is if you don't do this. What would you do? I went to Lakeville once, and a bunch of teachers decided to have a tournament. I went down there on Sunday morning, and they told me I couldn't play pickleball because they were taking over the courts to play a tournament. I said, did you go to rec for this? They said, no. So what do you do then? Yeah, down in Naples, they hire a girl. She gets there in the morning, she signs up a few people on the board, she goes play pickleball all day, she gets paid. Up in
Exactly right.
Veterans Field. I just don't know an easier way to do it. There's been no complaints. If you come down, if the four of you, if you and Tommy and Dan want to play, Mike, and you go down and there's two people signed up on the board, two of you can play with them if you want. If the three of us want to play together, you sign in the next bar. The only rule is you don't go out to those two people, get two people to go with them. Because that makes it fair. They get four, they go out, then you go out with the people you want to play with. When you're all done playing that game, if there's no one there, you can keep playing.
Jimmy, I'm down there. Jimmy,
There you
I'm
are.
playing with you. I know exactly how it works down there. I've never seen any issues down there so far. But it may be issues on Saturdays, but during the mornings I'm there. There hasn't been any problems. But let's try it. I'm with Mark. Let's try it. Try it. See
Okay.
how it goes. But I just say, just make sure that board is organized.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like you say, for the people down there, if someone gets hurt, they know where the stuff is. They know how to open the shed. They know where the defibrillator is.
Jimmy, I'll talk to you during the week this week, and I'll get together a small letter, a couple sentences, and we'll get that out to you. And we'll just have a gentleman's agreement that we'll sit down with it after a year and see how it works out. But what the board would like is to have a few people that are on your board, so we have some names, like Joe Pitt, yourself, like that.
Okay, hang on one second. I'll tell you right now.
Guys, I don't want to be rude. I gotta jump in the last few minutes of the Little League meeting, so I gotta bounce. We're all set with quorums and all that stuff, right? We're fine if I leave.
Yep.
Okay.
right.
All right.
You ready?
Thank you,
Mark,
guys.
Mark, good job.
Mark, I
Thank
look
you.
forward to
Mark.
meeting you. Mark, I look forward to meeting you in person someday.
Me too,
All right.
Mike. Take care.
I'll tell you what, Jimmy, excuse me, instead of reading other names right now, we're gonna send you a letter and in return, if you get one in writing with like whoever your board is, then we would have it as official
Okay.
document, I guess. All
Great
right, something
idea.
like that.
Yeah,
Great
come
idea.
down some morning.
I'll try. What time?
They usually start at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. The
Oh.
guys from the Y come.
I'm
No,
I'm retired now. I sleep in. No, yeah, I gotta come down. I'll try it.
I thought one of the nights when you stay up there. No.
This is a late night for me right
Any
now.
time from that time till 12. And
These
if you wanna
recreation
play
meetings are
really
getting too
competitive
late.
people, they're usually there around 5 o'clock at night after work.
Wow.
A lot of different people are there.
No, it really is run well.
Tina's at the meeting here and she's on the
Hey.
board.
Yeah, can we talk about something, Jim? Maybe you can even stay on. And hey, Brooke, are you still here? I see Brooke's still here. And it's about, hey, Brooke.
Yep,
we're working
yep,
to
I'm
get
here.
Hi, Brooke. Hey, Brooke,
Hi, Brooke.
I'm trying to get something together. I know I mentioned it here about a little retirement get together. And yeah, this is
I'm
the only
all
way.
for
to
it.
get people- We're all for it. What's a good time? What's a good date? Give me some dates so I can get this together.
Right now, actually, with the new regime I'm on, that's not gonna work, but I certainly appreciate it. I just really had a good time working with you all. And it's more fun when I don't have to write it all down.
Oh,
Recorded?
So I appreciate that, but I'm all set. Thank you.
oh.
That
It's all
disappoints
right,
us.
Brooke.
Well, if anything changes, I'll let you know, but right
Okay.
now, it just,
We all
it's
love
not
you.
gonna work out.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
thank you
keep
for
it-
everything and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
We love
Brooke,
you.
We've been together a long time.
Love you guys right back.
You've been
Another one that
amazing.
held us all together.
Exactly.
Okay, so,
right.
adjourn.
I guess so.
Here, a motion to adjourn? Any other,
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
Jimmy, you can't.
That's old. That's an old habit of his. But
I was waiting for.
I'll
Brooke to
second
catch
that, Jimmy.
I was waiting for Brooke to catch me.
Right.
I'll make them.
We don't have a quorum. We gotta stay on.
All right.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
guys.
Oh,
have a good night.
Have a good night, boys.
yeah.
Okay, I'm closing you out.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you, Jimmy. We lucked out, Tina left. Oh, maybe I'm gonna make sure this is off. The meeting stinks. Well, effing meeting.